Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to this colloquial session, the Pari Samvad session on local actions for resilience. Today, we are here with very distinguished panelists who will be deliberating and talking and brainstorming on what are the governance gaps and governance mechanisms that either obstruct or also support in implementing local actions for resilience. To begin with, I would like to, since this session is being organized in collaboration with Gorakhpur Environmental Action Group, GIZ, and Government of UP, I would like to give some opening remarks on the experiences that Government of UP has undertaken on localizing climate actions and the related governance mechanisms. Of late, in the last 1.5 to 2 years, the state of Uttar Pradesh has shown a lot of good interest and taken the lead for localizing climate actions through various mechanisms. And one of them is the Gram Panchayat development plans, which are being developed at the Gram Panchayat level. We know that in India, the lowest development unit is the Gram Panchayats at the village level, and it's very important to integrate the climate actions and the CCA-DRR concerns at that level and in development planning, so that we can focus on building a resilient development agenda at the village level, starting from the Panchayat level. We also know that relatively, if we speak about from our experiences, climate literacy is generally very low still, despite all the deliberations that are happening at the global level, at the national level, or at the state level. The climate literacy at the grassroots level is generally very low. People understand it from different perspectives, and hence it is very important to build their capacities so that this localization of the climate agenda can be done at the local level. And for this, the GPDP mechanism, the Gram Panchayat development mechanism that we have taken along with the Directorate of Environment in Uttar Pradesh and also the Directorate of Panchayati Raj in Uttar Pradesh, what we've done is we have integrated the CCA DRR concerns in their own training manuals, not building something parallel to the system that exists already, because that doesn't work and doesn't go in a long way actually. So we have tried to integrate the CCA DRR concerns in the GPDP building mechanisms at the lowest level, so that the panchayats are trained, the women members of the gram panchayats are also trained, the ward committees are trained on how they can sort of take up the CCA-DRR concerns whenever they are making their development plans. And it is not at all a rocket science is what we have understood. It's only looking at the entire development from a CCA-DRR lens, basically. So this is one of the successful examples that I wanted to highlight in the beginning of this session, that how UP as a state is moving towards localizing the climate agenda at the lowest levels. So with this quick round of opening the session, since the time is short, I would like to introduce my esteemed panel today. We have Professor R.K. Mal. He is the Dean and Head, Institute of Environment and Sustainable Development from Banaras Hindu University. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We have Mr. Sarabjit Singh Sahota. Sarabjit Singh ji works at UNICEF, responsible to implement risk-informed programming to drive risk resilience agenda across several sectors, several social sectors. We have with us Ms. Neha Kurian. With a background in law, Neha Kurian is the UNEP coordinator of the ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction project in India, which focuses on upscaling community resilience at the local level. Very warm welcome to you, Neha. We have with us Dr. Madhukar Gupta. He is a retired IS officer and he is currently the State Election Commissioner from Government of Rajasthan. We have with us Dr. Sanayambi Hodam. She is working as Assistant Professor in Northeastern Regional Institute of Water and Land Management, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. And then we also have Dr. Sushil Gupta with us, who is a DRM practice leader and Vice President, Risk Modeling and Insurance Sustainability at RMSI headquarters at Noida. Very warm welcome to all the panelists. And very quickly moving towards the session, we will have 2 rounds of questions to all the panelists. We would like to invite your views and suggestions on these 2 questions. The first question is that, in your experience of working in this sector of climate change and DRR for such a long time, what do you think have been the key successful strategies to integrate climate actions at the local or grassroots level for resilience building, mainly from a governance perspective? And to invite, I would like to first hand over the mic to Professor R.K. Mull for his inputs on these questions, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nevita. It is very nice to be with all of you discussing on this subject, whom I am pursuing since last 30 years when I was doing doctorate in IIT Delhi in 1991. So at that time, if you all remember, in 1988, first IPCC report came, and then last IPCC report reported in August 2022. In 1998, climate change was not accepted by all, even scientists. We are climate scientists. Even that time, they are thinking about if we are not predict about 24 hour, 48 hour, how we are predict about 50 years or 100 years. I am remembering 91 to 95 at that. So it is lot of development takes place due to efforts of government, NGOs, international organization, or all stakeholders in that. And also development of science and development of information technology and early warning system. So from there, 1988 to 2022, IPCC report says it is now proven that humans are responsible for the climate change. It is now acceptable to all practitioners, whether government or scientists or academicians or all. And also, I'm thinking about still literacy is needed, but now I think last mile connectivity, last man, up to more of that, is now knowledge of climate or climate are changing little bit. If you ask something to about very poor person, they will skip about heat wave, cold wave, or like that. It is shifting or changing like that. Farmers also talking about that. So now I'm moving to more on that. What is early warning system also you think it is developed now. So in the term of cyclone forecasting, it is now very good. We are saving a lot of mortality from East Coast region, other Gujarat or Odisha or Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh. And also through agro advisory services, it is a combination of integrated approach of Ministry of Earth Sciences, India Meteorological Department, and Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Ministry of Agriculture, and all state agriculture universities. So I am giving you one example of best practices in Banaras itself. So one, two farmers, we know progressive farmers, they are now, previously they were very poor, but now due to this climate action is last 30 years of this integrated approach of 3-4 ministries. Now the farmers are earning around 4 lakhs to 5 lakhs per year about choosing different type of crops and introducing new types of things. Strawberry is now growing in Banaras, strawberry and mushroom and Simla mirch like that. And row by row they are planting. So this type 4, 5. So I like to invite all of you, if you are visit Banaras, we can show that. And that also Gorakhpur Environmental Action Group working on flood type of adaptations. So lot of there. So and third, as Nivita was talking about, integration of climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. It is very much needed, and also if you remember, Thimphu statement of climate change on 2010 is talking about the same things, integration of CC and DRR. So like see, climate change adaptation is looked after by Ministry of Environment and Forest, and disaster risk management is looked after by Ministry of Home Affairs. And you see, it is easy, but working of two ministries are very difficult and very coordination is very much needed. So last 2-3 years, efforts is made by the government also, how to integrate these two ministries come together, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Ministry of Home Affairs. Home Affairs is looking at disaster management. And I just think hazards, 90% are hazards are related to climate. So if climate is little bit changing, unusual pattern is there, integration is required for management of that if the hazard not turning to disaster. So I'm not taking much time, I'm giving to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for pointing out those very valuable inputs, especially the early warning system and agro-weather advisories. And I know how ISD has taken the lead in this direction and how farmers are benefiting for their local climate decisions. Thank you so much, sir. I'll move on to Dr. Sanyanbi for her inputs, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Coming from Manipur and from northeastern region, I have worked with at the grassroots level. I have worked with as a district coordinator under MG Narega project. So about the best strategies or the best practices, I would like to highlight about from my own personal experience that I have witnessed and I have gained knowledge from my personal experience. Working under this MG Narega project as district coordinator, first of all, we conducted PRA exercise, and that has been identified as one of the like uh, best method for identifying their need and challenges. Now, if we just go and construct suppose if we want to construct some water conservation or water harvesting structure, so we need to tell them why do we need to construct, why, what type of structure is suitable for that area, and also one is there this traditional practices, best traditional practices. We need to know from them also, like what are the traditional practices that they are using. Like if we go in the Rajasthan area, there is tanka, and if we go in the northeastern region, there is one water conservation structure that is called Jabo. In Nagaland, it's called Jabo. So from the PRA exercise, we got to know like what type of structure is suitable for that area and also what is the need. So before we take up any projects or any plans or any activities in that area, first of all, we should conduct a very good PRA exercise, not just for NAMSHAKE. We should conduct a good PRA exercise, and like Madam has highlighted in the beginning about the awareness. Many people doesn't know about climate change. So if we as a local people, if we go and tell them in their own dialect, because there is so much of communication gap. If we just talk about the technical problems and in terms of how much in terms of degrees Celsius that the temperature is increasing, they will not understand. So we just need to give them like example, like in the olden days, even from my own perspective, when we go for this awareness program, I used to give them my own example. Like in my hometown, there used to be ample water supply. It used to be every night from the morning 24 hours there used to be water supply, but now we are buying water. So just giving this type of example to the villagers, to the community level, this is very much needed. And we need to identify the challenges and to involve the this female population, because they are very good in managing this water and all, and they understand how much the water is depreciating in that area. They understand more about this climate change, not in terms of technical, but in terms of like how much there was rainfall last year and now how much rainfall is there. So they understand more. So we need to this awareness generation and capacity building program is very much needed. And I have working at Nediwalam also, working on the land and water management sector. We are identifying the needs, and according to their need, we are giving training programs to the villagers in coordination with self-help groups and KVKs. So that is one experience that I have got and the best strategy that I witnessed. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, Dr. Sananbi. Very well said that at the grassroots level, this participatory exercise of conducting the HRVCAs already that we are doing, the hazard risk vulnerability and capacity assessment, that's very important to identify the local level needs and priorities of people, those who are getting impacted by climate change. I'll move on to Dr. Sushil Gupta for his inputs, please.
Thank you, Navidita. I'm from RMSI, and I would say that the solution lies in technology and innovations. So, if we develop climate smart villages, and that we can do using climate smart agriculture, if you do, then as you know, climate smart agriculture, it encompasses several areas like soil management, crop production, livestock management, forestry and agroforestry, fisheries, energy management. So all these requires what we need to do is we should capacitate capacity building of farmer, and that we can do using climate resilient techniques and through technological interventions. RMSI is already developing such climate smart apps, and we have already developed for Kenya and Ethiopia, and these climate smart app, they can provide informations and messages, warnings to farmers, like when they can sow, and in advance when they can sow their fields, what is the good time, when they should water their fields, when they should harvest the field, and when they should use pesticide or the others if there is any diseases. So through technology, the health of the agriculture also could be monitored. So, what I would say is that if you have technology-driven agriculture, these things are quite possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta, because increasingly the role of information technology and the innovations is increasingly gaining momentum when we talk about climate resilience and climate adaptation, also in the agriculture sector. So very well said. Thank you so much. I'll now turn to Dr. Madhukar Gupta.
Well, regardless of my present position, I am here as a learner and also somebody interested in disaster mitigation, preparedness, and management. NIDM, NDMA, etc., they were set up when I was working with the UN Development Program after the Gujarat earthquake, where I happened to be the coordinator for the UN system. So I spent about 2 months there. Initially, we were handling for the government different kinds of disasters. For example, when I was a young officer in Tamil Nadu, so we used to have cyclones on the sea coast, and we would go out looking for fishermen. So search and rescue of fishermen, and then rehabilitation of their families. So it's been a long journey in disaster preparedness and management. Thereafter, I spent a lot of time, and finally I ended up doing a doctorate in drought mitigation and management. Now, there are certain things which, and I'm here basically to push the NIDM's agenda for disaster mitigation and preparedness, also management. I think we need to simplify, we need to demystify the whole domain of disaster management. You know, somebody, we used to hear about terms like DRR in the year 2000, and I wouldn't understand what it means. So, if I wouldn't understand, how can a common villager understand what DRR means? Climate change. Now, I'll give you a simple example. When I was posted in a district which had Makrana, uh, which is famous for mining of marble. So, marble dust, because of the cutters, marble cutters, presented a major environmental hazard. So, I was fresh out of the UNDP in the government of Rajasthan. So, I invited two of my colleagues from the GTZ to work, to stay there and find out a solution. Eventually, after a week or so, they both of them told me, I think we need to plant more trees. Simple solution. So if we tell people, well, climate change is all about planting more trees, making more availability of water, giving more access to natural resource management, they will understand. I also don't agree with our feeling that the common man doesn't understand climate change. From years together, the villager, I remember I had taken 2 busloads of farmers to Jain irrigation in 1996 to show them what drip irrigation was all about. And I thought I was educating them on micro irrigation. When they went there, the moment they saw those devices, they took to them immediately. They understand. They have been doing it for ages. In Tamil Nadu, for example, the moment the palmyra trees would turn yellow, they would see an impending drought. So let's not say that we are trying to educate the farmer. We are, yes, we are making them tech savvy. If we can use technology for updating them, not educating them, updating them on traditional knowledge, there's a lot of traditional knowledge which we need to use with new technology. When we talk of new technology, even in the year 2000, we would look at drought monitor in Nebraska and the US or water watch. So we need to have similar systems in our country. There's no point in reinventing the wheel. A lot of water has flown down the river during these times, but still we feel we are inventing them. We need to adapt whatever technological changes or inventions have taken place to our situation. Finally, a lot of misconceptions. in spite of a huge population of 135 crores, per person precipitation in India still is the highest in the world. Imagine the kind of water we are sitting on, but we don't save it. At the time of independence, 20% of India was drought prone. Now more than 60% is drought prone. So if we waste these kind of natural resources, what is going to happen? So finally, talking about Makrana, one experiment which we conducted along with civil society, political leaders, with practically all stakeholders, mine owners, we planted 3,500 trees, 35,000 trees, and eventually to kickstart the program, we found out a Sikh sect, a Sikh Guruji was there. He brought two busloads of his followers with him, and they started digging pits for trees, and the whole town, so to say, joined them. Even today, more than 3,000 trees, they have grown big. They're still surviving. And when the writs were made to the Supreme Court to stop mining, this is what was told to the Supreme Court that once these trees have come up, the incidence of environmental pollution has come down in a place like Makrana. So there are examples, and we need to, push the envelope.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madhuka. Very well said that small little initiatives at the grassroots level can bring about major changes, and the Makrana example is a very good setting example of that. I'll move on to Nehaji for her remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I'm very honored to be on this panel. I really think that whatever work I've been doing so far, I've only been moving forward from wherever my co-panelists have already done. So I think it's a huge honor. Just moving on to what I feel works from my experience. Here I should also mention I am from an environmental law background and slightly different probably from the people on my panel. So science I understand, but mostly from peer exchanges, I should say, and also reading and experience on the ground now in Kerala. So I would just say that one thing I think which works is ma'am, you had mentioned how GPDP is now being used as a huge instrument to make sure that activities are integrated at the grassroots level through local self-governments. And I think that's one of the most strong strategies, in fact, because ultimately we know that different agencies, different government agencies, different UN agencies, different non-governmental organizations, universities are doing so much on the ground. But ultimately, when everything converges on the ground, someone needs to decide what's best for the, the community, for the local area. And at that, I think instruments like GPDP have a huge role to play because there they can probably make a choice whether to do the local action plan on climate change, whether they want to do the DRR, what they want to prioritize on, whether they want some other social actions that would help them to find out who their vulnerable populations are, poverty alleviation programs. There should be a converging point there, and I believe that's the strongest thing that we should probably do, and I think it's already there in the system. But one thing I would like to add is we have a lot of training institutions in India that actually deliver a lot of very good trainings. But at the same time, I think it's also good to make sure that there is institutional capacity rather than individual capacity, also to check institutional capacity to make sure that, for instance, through Manrega, we know that, for instance, UNEP has been doing this eco-DRR-based, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction training on the ground. And what we realized is there are very good engineers, committed engineers on the ground working with local self-governments, but at the same time, if perhaps, they had a little more qualification or somebody who with a geology background or someone with a little more ecology background, to support them in making these decisions, making them more useful, that might actually work better. And of course, non-governmental organizations play a huge role here in supplementing that sort of knowledge there. But we need to, make sure that this is more like embedded in the system, perhaps. So that's something that I would just like to add. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Nehaji, for flagging that point of capacity building. I think most of the panelists here will agree with me that of late in the last so many years, we have been talking a lot about capacity building and a lot of training programs have been happening. Training programs की कोई कमी नहीं है अब हमारे यहाँ. But the problem is training the right kind of people who can go back and further sort of implement those actions. That is a major lacuna that we are also experiencing as an organization. I'll move on to our very esteemed panelist, Mr. Sarabjit Singh Sahota, for his remarks.
Thank you. Many years ago, uh, the question we had was, should we inspire to act or should we scare to act? I mean, climate change looks very daunting, no? So one can scare people to act. But I think we went the other way. We thought maybe it's good to inspire people to act, and then we can achieve some scale. So I'll speak from my experience, some other experiences on which we work with the government across the country. Uh, Climate change has now come to a crisis level. I mean, there's no, I don't think there is any dispute about it. It's not a future issue. It's a now issue, and I think our children, our men, our women, our farmers, and others, they need action now. And from experience, we also know that climate change has become a local resilience issue. It's no longer the big global thing. It's a local issue, and it's biting everyone, every other socioeconomic activity, and development of men, women, children. Everything is getting impacted. Now, in this situation, when it's at a crisis point, I think we got to act uh, with no regrets approach. No longer we can afford to have long discussions and negotiations, and that's the past. We got to act now. So when we talk about extensive risk of this nature, um, which is extensive as well as intensive as well periodically, I think the best approach to work, which we normally in UN system we call leadership for results. So how can we inspire local leadership amongst the most vulnerable communities? So you build leadership where the vulnerabilities exist. And it has three intertwined set of components. First is move forward with an attitude of building an agency of people. Uh, Agency, I stress on that point. It's not only social mobilization on an organization, but really building an agency of people to do two things. One is solve some concrete problems which are immediate in nature, which we all do all the time. But the second part is something which we don't enough focus, and we always find that excuse, we don't have time for that, and that's the system shift and the shift of social norms which has landed us there. No? So how do you work on social norms and shift the existing systems? You spoke about GPDP. Congratulations to government of UP to take it up. I'll bring an example from Orissa. In 2021, government of Orissa decided to make a small shift in rules and the sort of purpose of the Panchayati Raj Act. In 2021, they added risk-informed Gram Panchayat development planning. They started enabling that through a legislation. So the point is that the moment you change the rules of the game, the system shifts. So we don't need to fight with the systems. We got to change small rules of the game. Second one, from a very different place, you mentioned about Nagaland. In 2002, Nagaland brought out a path-breaking legislation called communitization of institutional public institutions and services. Why? Because the teachers, the Anganwadi workers, the ANMs, the Ashas were not reporting on in the village. They were missing in action. And the government of Nagaland decided, let the community decide who should be their teacher, who should be their ANM. And they brought out an act, and they did 3 T's basically. Trust the community, train the community, and then transfer the powers and uh, resources to the community, the end users. So that really, that's the kind of work which we need on climate change. And two programming conditions, I think I'll finish stating with that. In whatever programming we do on climate and DRR, first thing is to build a continuum of learning, planning, and action. You mentioned GPDP. GPDP is constitutionally enabled process, so it's a continuous process. It's not up to me or you when it happens. So engage with these continuous processes, invest in them, and make it risk informed the way government of Orissa has set up it. And I think UNICEF will be working on this very consistently. Second piece for programming would be building capacity, building local knowledge, so that we transform fundamentally. We build perspectives, not only capacity. The perspective shifts are very important. Otherwise, we will continue to do the same things again and again. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Sarabjiji. Very, very pertinent points. Leadership for results and building agency of people and changes in legislations. Very important governance, inputs that is actually. And a very quick last round we will have, wherein we will have just 1 minute for each of the speaker to give one key recommendation on how the governance mechanisms can be improved for localizing climate actions, for integrating CCADRR into local development planning. Just one key recommendation that can go from this Samvad session today. Over to you, Mal sir. We'll start from there in series.
Thank you, Ms. Nevita. As already discussed by Dr. Gupta um, from Rajasthan and Dr. Sapra about experience learning and capacity building and implementation of the different type of program. We have not depth of different type of legislations and different type of policy and other things. I agree about that. Our administrator is also there. So, but we need only to implementation little bit more faster than other thing. And if you feel something of last 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years, you're moving forward, you're going back. So we are moving forward to be coming together of this experience learning, academia, and also our industry. Government is also focusing on that. I think maybe you will focus on that more. So how we are moving towards, as you see, I am speaking, I am coming from a university background. So there is, we are now, university grant commission are focusing on that. Inviting the persons from experience learning, from bureaucrat and other things, also from international organization like UNICEF, UNDP or GIZ, I like that. And also organization like GEZ and local they are working. Also in Rajasthan, you see some wonder by drought management program and other things by happen. So more greenery is there. So now a very good thing you think about last 10 years, westward shifting of rainfall. Now more and more rainfall is happening in Gujarat, Rajasthan and westward shift. And this is also forecasted for next 50, 100 years. So these are going on. So now academia, and I'll already discuss about that, and experience learning and industry is coming together to university. And also they are funding, more funding by that and more focusing on that. And also that is included in our ACR reports, how many of them we have invited for the lecture to our students. So these are the very good points to come in future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sananbi.
Yeah, I would just like to highlight about this National Agriculture Disaster Management Plan that we have just recently prepared for the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. In that, we have tried to integrate this DRR and CCA in the existing policies and programs that is available with the ministry and other related ministries. So this one is at the national level, so we can go down to the local level. Maybe in the Gram Panchayat level, disaster management plan can be prepared, and we can integrate this DRR and CCA in the Gram Panchayat level plan. And also about this macro level vulnerability study. not much studies has been done at macro level or gram panchayat level on vulnerability assessment. And even in my PhD also, I have done it till the district level only because it's very difficult to go down to the village level or gram panchayat level. So in this, I think next session, on this next Parisamvad session, there is going to be a discussion on vulnerability assessment. So there, I think they can bring out some suggestions. And also, there should be some there is limited engagement of CSOs and NGOs. So we should include them more, these NGOs and CSOs, for awareness program, for capacity building program. And we should not just keep one training program or one awareness program every year or every month. We should, like, there should be very frequent awareness programs. Only then they will understand about this climate change.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Sanvi. Dr. Gupta. Yeah.
I think my co-panelist has already added a lot of things. I would say there are few gaps still. One is funds. Funds are very limited. Of course, technological innovations. They are also not to that extent has gone. Infrastructure is another area. Inequality is still there in rural areas. If you go, it is the like head of the village or the influential people who grabs the like uh, most opportunities, and poor are left on their mercy. Then, of course, power institutions is another area which should be strengthened. Human resources, environment. All these areas are the major gaps and challenges. And I would say if we do need to do community-based adaptation, we should integrate technology into it. Because through technological interventions, we can reach to the masses, and solutions would be more effective. If you see even sustainable development goals, what they say is that we should empower community, and we should uh, give them knowledge, and we should integrate both disaster as well as climate change impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sushil Gupta. Dr. Madhukar Gupta.
Well, we have a lot of digital data. Practically every inch of our country is mapped. But we really have not integrated using usage of this data at the ground level. Now, how many of us have really tried to educate our Panchayat Samiti members, Panchayat members on the use of satellite data for natural resource management or for selection of projects under NAREGA? It is all delta Y by delta X. And the digital data that we have, it throws up possibilities. And for every rupee, we have to get the biggest bang for the buck. So how do we maximize ROI on whatever is spent through whichever program? That is that is one area which I would need to flag. One of our colleagues mentioned about Manarega, tremendous potential. So, but this is something which needs to be institutionalized in capacity building of people at the grassroots level. Also, I still feel we speak different languages. UN agencies having worked, and when I say this, I say with a lot of responsibility. We speak different languages to different stakeholders. Our language has to be one. We still work in silos. Government officials, the way they treat NGOs, CSOs, I remember throughout my career, we used to fight with our own people in government, to give a bigger portion of the responsibility to CSOs or NGOs. That that effort is still on, but then we need to, as I said earlier, we need to speak the same language. We need to speak the language of the common man. Thirdly, I'll give one example of the tsunami, which was documented. How to reduce vulnerability without spending any funds. One village headman in Kadalur in Tamil Nadu, he trained everybody to swim in his village. And when the tsunami happened, only 8 people in that panchayat lost their lives. So that is how, without spending much, we can increase capacities of people at the grassroots level. And let us not forget, they have a person may not have degrees, the person may not have gone to school or college, But then he has a lot of native wisdom, which we need to leverage. And
Absolutely.
again, we need to come down to his level to talk his language. Only then they'll set up and start taking us seriously.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Neha Korea.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for all your. I just would like to. I would like to start my answer on what Sir said. One of the points he mentioned. So actually, what he mentioned about Manrega, the fact that there is so much data, but we are not able to make informed decisions about where certain work should be placed, etc. And that's actually very related to what we in UNEP have been trying to do. We've been trying to work with Manrega engineers to make sure that Manrega works are actually done in a way that disaster risk reduction is achieved through it. So thank you so much. And yes, thank you so much, sir, for saying. And sir, your point on the need for legislations. So I think there's a huge challenge there. I know that yes, sir had also mentioned the importance of legislations, but one challenge I feel that we face when we talk about legislations is that a lot of the legislations that we're talking about, one, there's a lot of fragmentation, and two, there's a lot of quite a few legislations, in fact, environmental legislations, for instance, where though the natural resource is ultimately with the government, with the local self-governments or with the communities rather, as per the constitution itself, when it comes to these legislations, the role of the local self-governments are often not clearly defined. So that creates a lot of conflict on the ground in actual implementation, and that's something I feel is a huge challenge that we probably should be trying to solve. Another thing I would like to probably add is the issue of, say, own revenue. So, for instance, local governments actually, the ones with own revenue can in fact probably take forward more actions on their own, which is most suited for their communities. However, when we talk about property tax, which is one source of that, we find that the most vulnerable LSDs, local self-governments, are often the one with the lowest amount of property tax. Here, I would actually like to refer back to a point that was made by Dr. Ranjan Panda yesterday, that we in the city should actually find ways of, there should be some mechanism probably of maybe PES or something of that sort, where the local self-governments or the communities in the most vulnerable regions are actually like compensated maybe for the deficit that they face because of the actions of maybe urban people, something of that sort. That's a huge challenge, I feel. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sarabji.
Thank you. I have so many ideas, which,
You
yeah,
have,
yeah, yeah.
sorry.
So the first idea I thought I should flag off here, this property tax related. It's so easy to collect. Let's link it to consumption instead of the square feet of the area. We are so consumption of electricity and consumption of water. These are the two bills each one of us is already paying. Why can't we put a small percentage on that, which goes as a property tax to the municipality? Automatic, no issues. So now my main recommendation. First, uh, that our street level bureaucrats, may it be Safai Karamchari, may it be an Asha, Anganwadi worker, or a school teacher, or a planner for Manrega, etc. They they know quite a bit. They can do a lot, but they are guided by Ghode ka chashma. Yeah? So the rules and regulations, people love to work in the rules and regulations within, or the schemes themselves are very structured. Mostly, in my experience, it's a people's issue. Schemes are relatively flexible, but people want someone to tell them what to do. No, for climate action, for environmental sustainability, we need local decisions, as you mentioned. And I think if we can somehow enable our street level bureaucrats, and for that, they need to build partnerships. They cannot do on their own. And our institutions, the frontline institutions, are not, I think, savvy enough to build partnerships. Bhagidari schemes and these schemes we have heard, but I think building partnerships with range of actors, I think who can help bring action to this big intent and idea of disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation. I think that's the need of the hour. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. And I think the recommendations that are coming out from this Parisamvad session, I would request the organizers also to take it forward for sort of mainstreaming and how this can be used for policy uptake and policy decisions. I will not repeat all the points, but some of them: proper implementation from experiential learning, availability of funds, capacity building at all levels. I would say not only at the grassroots level, but also we need to equally capacitate our bureaucrats, our policy makers also on this important issue of climate change and DRR. Technology definitely very important for community-based adaptation. We need to also take how we can use the digital data at the ground level for mapping natural resources and taking informed decisions regarding it. Legislations, of course, it has come many a times in this session today that is very important. And own source revenue. Sarabjit ji, increasingly this is gaining importance in government of UP now, that they in the Gram Panchayat development planning also this own source revenue is one of the major sources of funds that they should be generating at the local level. And now this is we are putting a lot of kind of emphasis on this particular issue, how to train the panchayats on generating their own sources of revenue. Of course, training the frontline functionaries, and lastly, building partnerships. That's very important by the state bureaucrats, and partnerships with a range of actors from different sectors, which is very important. So I think with these words, we will close this Parisamvad session. Thank you so much to all the esteemed panelists for their inputs and views. And I would now request, I'll just hand it over to the organizers for the further taking up the agenda. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon and very warm welcome to this RESUMMIT, which is a very important summit when India is going to COP and G20 going forward to discuss the challenges of climate change with the global audience. So, so in this session, in this colloquy, we will be discussing a topic which are very, very important, very much at the heart of the climate change planning, which is risk and vulnerability assessment at the local level. So far, the risk and vulnerability assessment has been done at global scale, country scale, and also the state scales as part of the state action plan on climate change. But the localized planning, when we talk about adaptation and mitigation, so that has to be at the local level. So all the eminent panelists here, they already have been living through this. So I will have a round of introduction so that they will talk about brief about their own role in this process, and they have been chosen based on their competence in these areas. And I won't describe them. I know personally each one of them, and but I would request them to start with a brief of their role in the climate change discourse, and especially when it comes to the implementation at the local level. So I start with. Okay, so I'll go this way and then I'll come to you. Okay, so my name is Ashok Singh. So I've been involved in the climate action planning starting with Odisha, which was very early in 2010, but subsequently I have worked with several states. And also, as part of that exercise, we do risk and vulnerability assessment, adaptation planning, climate financing as as a resource mobilization perspective. And also, we have done now very local level action planning in terms of climate risk assessment at the village level and all that. So I'm just passing on to Dr. Atri, who has been a pioneer in the first risk and vulnerability assessment at the state scale in a different format at one stage in the first phase of the state action plan in Himachal Pradesh, and quite experienced in implementing the climate action plan at local level.
Thank you very much, esteemed, you know, discussion panel. I'm Suresh Atri. I'm from Himalayan state, which is very vulnerable also from climate change point of view. And uh, I have been working involved in the process for the last around 35 years now. And when this AR, assessment report two came, in fact, in the uh, uh, through IPCC. So it's a long journey which I have gone through during the process. Yes, climate change risk, vulnerabilities, extreme events, weather conditions, all so many sciences we are talking about, discussing, implementing, and now we have merged as a best model in the country for the entire region, and also showcased as many best models in the South Asian region. So we'll be discussing down the discussion, so from my side, I would say that yes, it will be very interesting to discuss on climate change vulnerability and how to go ahead with Vision 2047. Over to you.
Myself, Jagdish Pradhan. Now I'm representing Sabhagi Vikas Abhijan, one local NGO of Odisha, which has been working since 94-95 in the field of sustainable development and this climate resilience development. This is one of the part of the agenda of our whole program. But before that, I was working with Oxfam for a quite long time from 1977, and later on I worked in Bihar, Northeast and other places in the flood and cyclone prone areas of West Bengal and other parts. But after seeing the more and more disasters of Odisha, I decided to focus more on Odisha, and we've been working. So I worked in both the parts. In Odisha, we have two extremes, like the western part that is more prone to drought and erratic rainfall, whereas the coastal Odisha, it is famous for all sorts of cyclones, floods, and all sorts of things. So in both the area, we have some experience, and now added to this, actually, the greatest challenge that we are facing is these new kind of problems that are emerging mostly because of the climate change, and that is what I would like to share some of my thoughts in the process. Thank you.
A.K. Jain. I was commissioner in DDA and in charge of the planning at the city level, at the zonal level, at the local level, in terms of strategies, in terms of policies, in terms of action planning. And I also worked with the United Nations Habitat, UN Habitat, Nairobi. And I was also member of the International Journal of Environmental Studies. And I would like to deal with the spatial dimension when we prepare the master plan, etc. Because we find 40% of the emissions, the carbon emissions, are from the cities, from the building, from transport, and it's very simplistic solutions like just plant trees are not going to work because of certain implications. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Anil Sahu. I'm working as an AGM in NABARD, but over here I will be giving my thoughts on my personal capacity. Mainly, I will be touching on the financial aspects of climate change and what are the policy interventions at the global level and at the international level and at the national level. What are the policy level changes has been done and what are the policy level changes has to be undertaken so as we know that economy of a country is only because if there is a funding from the banks and the financial institutions and how this funding can be done with taking a cognizance of the climate uh, taking the climate portfolio into the scenario. I will be talking on those aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubji. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Shubham Tandon. I manage the resilient and DRR portfolio of UNDP India specifically. So, first of all, welcome all. I guess I would take forward Ashokji, what Ashokji has said, that we have eminent personalities here. We looking forward to this discussion. In general, I have been managing the climate portfolio for almost around 8 years with UNDP. We have conducted various vulnerability assessments right from the state level to actually, sir, the Panchayat Samiti level in Himachal Pradesh. We developed around in 2018 and 19, we developed the action plan and response plan for 45 Panchayat Samitis in Himachal Pradesh as well. We have done same in Odisha. We have implemented almost similar activities in Maharashtra as well. So probably just looking forward to our discussion today and also with the G20 presidency online and also the Shanghai framework coming up, India taking lead on both the major policy level planning. I hope that by the end of this session, we talk more in terms of a bit of the policy level where as a country we would like to showcase over a period of time for the next 9 months or so.
So since we'll have about 30-35 minutes with us, so we should devote this time so that we come out with some kind of a final thought out of this session. So I'll try and give the context a little bit, and then of course you are well positioned to give your thought process in the area of expertise. So basically we have people here from the disaster management discipline. Shubham is there, so he connects the climate change and disaster risk. Dr. Atri, of course, been doing that for a whole range of action, being part of it from a very, very scientific as well as the implementation perspective. It's not that, and Mr. Jagdish Pradhan has been in the grassroots not only from a disaster perspective, but done a phenomenal work on the adaptation side in the agriculture, especially addressing the climate adaptation perspective. And Mr. Jain has clearly given the context of the city, which comes to the a major part of our planning process, because this is where the challenges are much more, whether it is displacement, whether it is congestion, whether it is waste, whether it is several kinds of issues which comes up. And Mr. Sahu has been at the forefront of, all these are fine, but whether there are resources available in what way, and whether our financial institutions are prepared for this. So that's the composition. So we will take this thought process in these lines, how we align all this. And the giving to the brief context, even though everybody knows it, for the sake of repetition, because we are connecting the hazard part of the climate, which has become more frequent because of the climate change. So that extremes actually connects with Subham's work and several things what you did at the panchayat level, where these people are exposed to different hazards. But the sensitivity part where Mr. Pradhan is working, or Mr. Jain has worked, Dr. Atri has been working, so that is dealing with the climate variability part, which is happening in a every hourly basis. People are facing this on an hourly basis. That's how the climate is becoming more sensitive. It is like having a flu in the winter season. So it is, you cannot say that it is a climate change per se, but it is a climate variability which is affecting us, our livelihood, our supply chain, our several things which connects our work, eventually making us vulnerable. So while we become vulnerable when our adaptive capacity goes down, if there is a repeated events of this nature comes, so we become less adaptive. And if there are efforts to make us prepared from a preparedness point of view, from a disaster or from a master planning perspective, in a city context, or the rehabilitation of slum dwellers or their livelihoods, and efficient use of resources, a good planning, placemaking, all those things. So that becomes a very contextual. So every single vulnerability, when we construct at a very local level, our challenges are many, because the informations are not available, it is costly, and sometimes it is very difficult to assimilate such information, scientific information at a local level. And that's where the planning process also gets compromised to some extent. So my first question, I'll start with Subham, and we'll go this way. That when you do this planning at a panchayat level, so what kind of information do you really rely on, apart from the participatory approaches which everyone follows here at a local level planning, and what kind of scientific approaches? When I say scientific approaches, what is the scientific information available which is very useful at a local level, and whether it is available? So that should be one of the starting point, then we'll go to the planning part.
Sure. So in the last 5 or 7 years, I think we have conducted around 40 climate vulnerability assessment, right from the city level to the state level, and also at the block level. Now, these are generally HRVAs at a grand level, where we talk about climate vulnerability and various predictive modeling for the next 100 years or 150 years, and we collect data right from the block level and the village level per se. Now, very interestingly, when we were conducting this thing for Maharashtra last year, uh, the data which we received from the departments was nowhere meeting what we got from the actual implementation when the people went on the ground. Now the assessment went, and because what happens is when during the changes, the ward boundaries keeps on changing. And these are generally not updated on the platform, on the government platform for that matters. Now, because of which the entire outcome of the study will change, right? Because you were supposed to concentrate on 20, 30 villages, which formed a part of around, say, 5 wards, but all of a sudden these 30 villages now comprise of 9 wards. So the entire assessment on ground change. So as far as data collection is concerned, and this is my personal opinion. Personally, in the last few years or so, we have not faced major issues in data collection, because, and this change I have probably seen in most of the states. I think the states which are sitting here, especially HP, Odisha, and Maharashtra, and Tripura, and Kerala for that matter, the data on the ground is very good. We conducted HRVA for Shimla, we conducted HRVA for Bhubaneswar and Cuttack last year, and the apart from a few departments, specifically say education department for that matter, and women and child care department, more or less the data was available. The idea was that probably the data when we get receive the data, the idea now I guess is to sort of take this entire planning a bit forward. For example, Ashokji, we have been conducting HRVA for almost 2 decades now, right? And we are a pro in conducting HRVAs now. We have various agencies which do that. When in 2019, after the 2018, after the Kerala floods, we conducted the first PDNA. I was a part of a team there, and it was the first PDNA of the country. Now NDMA is also talking more about we will be supporting NDMA to develop a cadre of around 200 PDNA master trainers eventually over a period of next 1 year. Is to move from climate vulnerability, just the assessment part, to the implementation part. And where I would like to hear you from you, sir, because I think the government nowadays is more prominent enough to understand what is required. Various studies are being very comfortably being conducted. We have agencies like EY, CTRAN, UNDP doing n number of vulnerability assessment. But the idea is not reaching the people right now. We still talk in terms of community-based partnerships and CBDRM projects per se, but still for them the disaster only arises or happens when their livelihood is disrupted. The pre-preparedness part is missing, and probably somewhere I would also like to hear from Mr. Sahu when because we have the 15th Finance Commission right now, and I was having a discussion with Maharashtra. Fund of Maharashtra is 4,200 crores for a year. Now, when we talk about pre-preparedness per se, this is a lot of funds, and a lot many states now, because we now partner with states directly. We are implementing a project with Odisha, we are implementing a project with Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, where Himachal and various states are giving us funds to implement these projects. And we are doing that comfortably. But now the idea probably should be that, and considering the mission life, considering G20, where resilience per se is a big phenomena and to be talked about, I think now we need to talk exactly directly from Dr. Atri, because he has implemented it as well.
Yes. So you can focus on the implementation part, how you use the information.
Yes. So for me, like what Mr. Tandon said and other panelists also highlighted, you know, it's not that critical to have the data, in fact, in hands, but what is important when you talk about the climate change vulnerability and what is to be done at the grassroots level. The scale of the data is very critical. It's not that data is not available. Oh, per se, Himachal Pradesh, you have the data available, but when you go and implement some action which is designed at the national level and which is to be grounded at panchayat level, which you per se say the lowest planning unit in the federal system. So then you pick up this information from the national scale, it is not going to work. It is not going to touch the veins. Why people are not attentive, why they are not so significantly reacting to the those perspectives which are given from the national level, because it is not touching their requirements. It is not actually needed for them at that scale. It is a different scale. The dynamics are different, completely different for the different agroclimatic zones. For the coastal regions, the dynamics are different. For Himalayan region, the dynamics are different. So we need to understand when we talk as analysts, we talk as scientists, as practitioners. We need to understand those criticalities of scale, dynamics, variability in a very grassroots level. When it comes to the implementation part, we design action, we implement things. The perception level of farmer is completely different what we perceive. As I said that today we discussed about the health and the environmental emergencies which are emerging from the climate change. So I said that In Himachal Pradesh, Shimla water crisis was a very big issue. Uh, so uh, the entire the global media was after the issue, and suddenly the Shimla was compared with the Cape Town. But what were the issues at the local level, and what was needed at the grassroots level? Nobody talked about that. So, what was the major issue? How the government of Himachal Pradesh reacted to that situation? How they coped up with the local communities? How they managed and upgraded the demand and supply chain? And what has happened after that when you compared it with Cape Town? Nobody talks about it. So that is the strange part of it. When we talk about vulnerability, you pick up any report from UNDP or for that matter from ministry or from the IPCC or from anywhere. You will not find Himachal or Shimla as vulnerable as in comparison to the northeast region, or for that matter for any other such vulnerable region which has been highlighted. But suddenly Shimla was compared with the Cape Town. Attention was drawn, but when you come to the management part, nobody talked about anything about it.
So let's move to
Yeah.
Mr. Pradhan.
So my point of saying is, like Shimla requires 54 million liter day per day, that MLD requirement. So what we have done is we have started adapting to this situation. Suddenly there was a drop. There were no rains, and Shimla is witnessing less rains. The volume is coming very less. The duration has come down, but the intensity is same of the rainfall. So we receive equal amount of water, but in a very short span of time. So what happened with Shimla was, I'll just clarify in 2 minutes. There was a shortfall of around 60 to 50% of water in Shimla, and suddenly that situation arises. So we started, just going back to our desk, and we started calculating back what is going wrong and how the perennial resources are to be revived. And then we assessed, look, in Shimla there are drying up sources of water, spring sources. There are more than 20 odd sources which can be revived, and they can only serve Shimla around 25% of its water demand. But we don't have any planning to address that grassroots level issue. So what are we talking about on these issues? So this is very critical. This is, as a practitioner, as experience sharing, I am telling you all. So yes.
Yeah, Mr. Pradhan, if you can connect the agriculture part of it, because the farmers are the most vulnerable climate variability. If you can, Mr. Pradhan, you have worked very closely in the sustainable agriculture practices and are very sensitive to climate change. So if you can bring in some perspective in that, Dr. Atri pointed out this part. So you can take that mic. Yeah.
Uh, yes, I would like to start from what Dr. Atri has said. It is very interesting, actually, this national or international global level perspective. Very often that not necessarily fits to the
Local level.
grassroots level, local level, but sometimes it is very contrasting also. Say, for example, Kalahandi, that has been infamous or projected as the drought-prone and poverty-stricken district in whole India, and also globally it has earned a very bad name for child cell, etc., all those things, because of drought. But the most interesting thing, and it is a paradox, that the poorest block of Kalahandi, Thamur Rampur, that gets annual average rainfall of 2,450 milliliter ml. Even in the worst drought year, it never comes down below 2,200 ml. But in spite of that, our Kalahandi, so overall rainfall is 1,350, but it is a drought-prone district. That is also true. Another paradox of Kalahandi is that Kalahandi, around say 1950, 55 that time, even now, the per capita food production of Kalahandi, even before this Indravati irrigation project came, it was almost double of the national average. That was the per capita food production. During Bengal famine in 1943, Kalahandi district alone exported 2 million tons of rice to West Bengal. So this kind of a district Kalahandi was, but certainly after say 1965-70, it became a drought-prone, poverty-stricken district. And the reason behind that was that it was getting the rainfall, that is true, but rainfall became very erratic. Plus flood became frequent visitors in that region, affecting the crops and all that. So that is what, for the first time, people in Kalahandi they realized this climatic erratic behavior, and we can relate it to the climate change. And in the past also there were some say this people in that area had developed an excellent scientific model of water and land management. That this traditional irrigation system starting from ridge to valley, that kind of concept, it was very old in that area. Like in the upper ridges, they will stop the water by creating munda. Because it is in the upper region, they call it munda. They were small structures. Then after that, below that, they will say kata. It is water harvesting structures. Below that, in the downstream, they will create bandha. That is to arrest the water for rainy season. So this kind of a system was there. But unfortunately, after independence, many of those structures were taken over by government. They were neglected.
So you are saying that indigenous knowledge was always available
Yeah.
to address some part of the climate change which has been conditioned over centuries,
Yeah.
learning from the parents and grandparents.
Yeah, that is
So do we need to again revisit such indigenous climate informations to adapt?
Yeah, and also people have developed in Kalahandi a very excellent, say, cropping pattern. In the same village, in any village you go, even now, you'll find some traces of those things. But in the past, they used to develop a wide range of, say, paddy. Even paddy starting from 60 days duration till 160 days duration. That was there. This ragi, millets, oil seeds, varieties of crops they used to grow. But somehow people went for monoculture because of the government agricultural promotion activities, and that resulted more and more into vulnerability.
So that again, reverts back to a situation where we are now trying to go to the paramparagat krishi and all that. So let's hear from Mr. Jain from a perspective of urban planning, how the risks are there at the local level and how you try to address not only from the master planning point of view, but as an administrator. So
Yeah.
what kind of things you would do to use the climate information for proper planning and execution?
Yeah, I think I will approach your question, very valid question, from a reverse perspective. When we prepare the master plan, which is basically a physical plan, land use plan, etc., we try to address some of the important issues. For example, the temperature change or the climate change. And the Paris agenda said 1.5 degree should be maximum. But what we experience today in most of the cities, it's already going with 3 degree, 4 degree centigrade. The second issue is about the rains, floods, and the meteorological phenomena which is occurring, which is very uneven, breaks the system. The third important system which we have to look at, the transport. The cities are supposed to provide seamless connectivity, and there should not be any barriers between the urban and rural and the whole region. The fourth important thing is cities consume 40% of the energy, at least 40%, maybe even more sometimes. Water is becoming a very important issue for planners, and then the biodiversity, the greenery is an important issue. Then we are also concerned with the waste, the recycling of the waste, and as you said, the last and the most important issue is the organizational setup, about the legal setup, because what we have been following in master planning, is the Town Planning Act of 1946 UK, borrowed from UK. But in between this, all this 70 years, 75 years, lot of things have changed, and we cannot continue with this kind of traditional colonial mind setup. For example, climate change was never heard earlier. The fourth and fifth industrial revolution, fourth and fifth industrial revolution, ICT, etc., were not were not important, are not even existing that time. So what is required is that whatever information we have, it has to be comprehensive. It has to be ICT enabled, so that our cities are ICT enabled, intelligent, and smart, and things like that. So the information which we require is, of course, number one, meteorology, about the climate, about the heat, island, etc., and of course the physical surveys, which traditionally we used to get from Survey of India, NRSA, satellite surveys, sometimes from Geological Survey of India for geology, something from the forest for biodiversity, etc. But we have to update these kind of sources of information, and there are now a lot of private organization, international multinationals, which are coming in this information. So we have to have a big data analytics kind of approach, because everything is very important, every information is very important
Good. I
for
think
this
that
thing.
is one important aspect you threw, that big data
Yeah,
analytics
yeah,
should be used for the planning process.
yeah.
So let's hear now from Mr. Sahu. We are running out of the time. From a perspective of a financial
Yeah,
institution,
financial.
how prepared you are in using the climate information for your financial products,
Yeah.
risk transfer products, and also, because NABARD also involved in the large scale funding of various climate adaptation
Yeah.
projects.
As we are aware that institutions are usually the backbone of any company, any economy, and for a sustainable growth, as we are looking for a sustainable growth and economic growth, finance is the most important fuel for the economy. And for these structural changes, like there has to be a lot of structural changes to be have to be undertaken by the financial institutions, like lending approaches has to be changed, the evaluation of the project process has to be changed, and a climate certification, green climate certification, all this has to be included. But usually, as my time is less, usually what is happening at the international level, there is a Basel norms are being implemented. There are many pillars of the Basel norm, but now we are implementing the third Basel, first, second has been implemented. The third pillar is also is implemented in India, and the third pillar is mainly about the market disciplines and the risk management. And particularly, all this risk management we have to evaluate, examine, strategize, and focus and make regulation on the various aspects of the risk. There are various risks, but climate risk is also being taken into one of the most important factor. There is one board called Financial Stability Board, which India is also a part of that board. It has also devised that four building blocks. What are the four building blocks where the financial institutions has to give their one is the disclosure norms, the data, the vulnerability analysis, and the regulatory and the supervisory rules. First, every financial institution has to disclose what in what way they are being financing. There has to be a data analytic, and how the data has to be analyzed at various levels. The vulnerability analysis of the project has to be done, and
Okay.
regulatory and supervisory practices has to be
Okay,
undertaken.
good point. I think we'll go to Subham and then we'll close this session after 3 minutes. Subham, if you can just throw some perspective on the national agenda in the G20, what we are coming from a loss and damage perspective, and linking this discourse for the local level plan.
Yeah. Oh, very interesting. In general, because we have two major frameworks which we'll be addressing this year, we'll be having people. We are talking too much about G20. We are forgetting that Shanghai Framework Cooperation will also be hosted by India this year. and resilience will in itself form a very important part of it. In AMC-DRR in 2016, when the Prime Minister came up with a 10-point agenda, the ninth agenda actually, sir, was also talking about, Dr. Khatri talked about that not even we need to look into disasters, we need to also develop methodologies and lessons learned out of it. Now, that part probably when we talk from a global perspective is something which India, because and as practitioners in the disaster management realm in the last 10 decades, India has shown tremendous growth. When we talk about specifically response, we are one country where even Japanese and even the US, the country of that stature is reaching out to us and asking how on earth are we evacuating 2 million people in 24 hours. This is something which we have, which we are proud of, we have achieved. And probably when we talk in the terms of G20, we have the second financial meeting happening in Mumbai in March. And again, during the first working group, I am a part of one of the our team is a part of the working group within resilience itself. The idea is not only to talk about in terms of data for that matter, but also showcase us as a resilient power overall. And when we talk about managing all these activities at the ground level, we need to showcase our heritage where we as a culture, as a cultural organization, as a cultural country have all this indigenous knowledge which are already there. But now is the time to make sure we work around that. We also will make sure that the policy level, at the right from the global level, we were the first country to actually implement SFDRR in the national planning. The 2016, the National Disaster Management Plan included the SFDRR, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Discussion, immediately after 2015 when it was released. So now the overall overarching idea of both MHA and Ministry of Environment is that we now need to showcase this to the world, that we have achieved this and this is where we are heading.
So Dr. Khatri will have a...
Yeah. So, just a very quick point, in fact, from where Mr. Sahu left, in fact, with respect to the financial aspect of it. So, with respect to, the vulnerability assessment at the grassroots level, and when we decide the scale, we really need to understand the aspects of additionalities, not only within the, federal system, but cross-cutting also, transboundary also, because something happening in Himachal Himalayas can pose very serious threat to supply chain of down the line people on their livelihoods, be it the practice of supplying fresh vegetables or supplying fresh water to Delhi. We need to understand that vulnerability. The fresh water, if at all something happens in Himachal Himalayas, so what will happen from the climate crisis in Delhi? So what are the additionalities which are required for Delhi, and to mitigate those emergencies and to ensure the supply chain is maintained? What additionality we account for from Delhi or the central government to Himachal Pradesh for that matter? So those additionalities needs to be figured out when we talk about grassroots level interventions. That is very important and critical.
So I'll just, thank you for your perspective. So if I summarize, certainly there has to be a theoretical construct, like Subham said, whether it is HRVA or a composite vulnerability or risk assessment, it has to, some utility is there. One of the major utilities is to prioritize actions. And second is to prioritize not only the activities, but the resources. Second is that the policy, whether it is formulated at a global level or scientific community, it has to be informed by the local inputs, whether it is indigenous or modern. And third point, which came out very strongly, like Subham pointed out, India has come of its age from a famine-stricken country who could not manage its own food supply chain to a zero casualty. What Mr. Pradhan narrated from the history. As a food surplus country, very well defined supply chain, also zero evacuation, zero casualty kind of a evacuation using very modern scientific information, also including the power of people at a local level. Our Panchayat Raj have come up the age, not only in a flood or cyclone, but also in very recent COVID. While the other advanced countries could not cope with the load, our scientists, they could produce vaccine in a record time. Our distribution system was resilient. The panchayats came up with isolation and everything. and the administrators worked overtime to deliver these things. So we have used data, policy, regulation, institutions in a very effective way. So that is something is a major learning. And coming to the financial institution part, the last one, of course.
I will just add here.
Yeah.
In particularly in this COVID situation, the financial institutions have really come out with like when nobody was taking the notes, we came out. The financial institution came out the UPI system, where now India is a financial institution. This UPI and this banking technology has taken in world the banking technology is one of the best. We are having green branches, green data centers. So this system of this climate change, the financial institutions have also adapted climate change in a big way during the coming years. That's
Yes, in fact, no, thank you so much for your inputs, and we're really informed and more personally as well as a group informed about various collective experiences that we shared here. And I'm sure that the audience who are watching this colloquy globally or locally, they would also be, learning something. So many thanks to the organizers, UNDP, NIDM, and other supporters of this event. So it has been a great learning experience personally, working with many of you as a professional and also in this colloquy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your part.
Thank you.
expert panel with me on the important topic of gender and inclusion on the sidelines of the Resilience Summit Vision 2047. So, gender, as we know, in terms of climate change, we do understand there is a lot of research as well which talks about that how women and also other vulnerable groups are uh, differentially impacted as far as the risks of climate change and even disaster risks are concerned. And a lot of evidence has also proven that climate change risks and impacts vary across different social groups, different gender groups, and the factors that contribute to this differential vulnerability are of course the different climate change risks, but then also the fact that there is different access to resources, there is different access to information, and of course different capacities. So this can sometimes, more often than not, make women and other social groups more vulnerable as far as the climate change and disaster risk impacts are concerned. Uh, but also research has also shown that when women and other vulnerable groups are given the right tools, the right information, the right resources, they can adapt and build resilience equally compared to men, if not better. And we also talk a lot about women being a more vulnerable target group. But then I think the conversation is also changing now, and we are more and more talking about making women as agents of change, really building on women leadership in different sectors so that more resilience is built on ground, more sustainability is built on the ground. So with this broad context, I'm really happy that all the panelists were able to join me today. I will start with few questions just to open the conversation, and please feel free to chip in. Please feel free to say whenever you have an important point to make. These questions are just indicative to have some thought process ongoing. Uh, the first question that I would like to start with is a very basic question, which may sound basic, but then it can have different meanings, different contexts. And I would like all the panelists to reflect on this one by one very briefly. And it is that what do you mean by gender and inclusion in the context of climate change? And what are some of the basic challenges or issues as far as gender and climate change is concerned across different sectors? So I will start with Nivedita ji, and if you can also briefly introduce yourself when you answer the first question, that will be great. Over to you, Nivedita ji.
Thank you so much, Soumya and thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts here on gender and inclusion in the context of climate change and DRR. Uh, for me, if I say it briefly, if we talk about gender inclusion in the context of climate change, I think the first and the foremost thing which is also missing from the mainstream agenda is the participation of women. And participation of women, when I say it is not only their participation in training programs and orientation programs, or you include them into some sort of a, make them participate, so called participation per se participation, but it is more into looking at women as leaders of change, and also taking as also being the decision makers in any thought process that we talk about considering development. So it's not only their participation, which for me gender inclusion means that it is not only participation but also including them as leaders of change, and they are taking, I mean, giving them, seeing them in leadership roles basically. So that is one thing. The second thing that the challenge that you're asking, Soumya is that, yeah, I mean, because still that at the lowest levels also the climate literacy is very low relatively, if we talk about whatever it may be, that we have the national action plans, we have the state action plans, we have all sorts of rules, procedures, laws and legislations, but still the climate literacy at the lowest level is very low. And we do not, somehow being a very patriarchal society, we do not sort of consider the participation or the inclusion of women in the decision making processes, in participation in leadership roles, etc. So that's a very constraintful thing, I feel, and that needs to be somehow seen. I'll stop here because it's a quick thought and we will carry on this discussion in the discussions to come. Yeah.
Over to you, Bhavna.
Thank you, Soumya, and congratulations for having a side event of for mainstreaming gender, if not in the main one. Uh, I'm the lead for Lead India, where our vision, mission, passion, action, everything is about building leadership. And I think I'll just take it further from where Nivedita has talked about. I think inclusion is all about voices, listening, paying heed to what women are saying. And not only women, I'll take it one step further when we are talking about gender mainstreaming. If we talk about the other genders also, besides men and women, where the LGBTQI plus often leans towards women empowerment and women uh, very reasonably because the pain points are same, both are invisible. And this invisibility has to somehow, something has to be done about it. And only then inclusion will be possible. Whilst Nivedita was talking, I was reminded of, for some decades ago, school enrollment, it was all about children enrollment. So somehow get children to the school. I'm grateful to the community at large that at least somehow get women on the diocese, on the panels, in the participation list is there. However, that is definitely not inclusion. And for inclusion to happen, I would say completely resonate with what Nivedita also said. I think leadership building, yes, recognizing women as leaders, recognizing their voices, but also I would say democratizing leadership now. Uh, Wherever things have happened, and there is a lot that is happening globally as well, but it has happened to the level and extent of where educated women also find it so challenging. While it just makes its common sense because be it disaster, be it climate risks, impacts, the first one to bear the brunt and handle it from the front, very much from the front, are the women. So if rainfall has not happened, if there is food security का issue है, so सबसे पहले it is the woman of the home, household. If there's a problem with the cattle also, the cattle decision making about buying a cattle would be of man, but handling the cattle is that of woman. So if we are not engaging them, the biggest risk there, the biggest cost to pay is that we are all our planning is faulty then, and perhaps this is why we are not seeing so much action on ground. So yeah, I think at this stage I would say both these are the challenges and this is what we need to do.
Over to you, Dr. Muzna.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Soumya. I'm Musna Alvi. I'm a research fellow with the Environment and Production Technology Division of IFPRI, the International Food Policy Research Institute. And actually, I think I agree with most of what the previous speakers have said about what inclusion means. I think in some ways, we tend to think of gender and then you say gender and other vulnerable groups. I think we need to also bring the conversation back to women from vulnerable groups. If we look at what makes up our agriculture workforce, Dalit women are at the forefront of what is sustaining Indian agriculture. We say climate knowledge is not very high at the lowest level. I think women are the ones who know most about how climate change is affecting lives and livelihoods in rural areas and coastal areas. So I think for me, inclusion means looking at women from vulnerable groups and keeping them center stage rather than sort of talking about women as a monolith, because we cannot talk about say small ruminants and livestock without looking at the role of tribal women in maintaining goats and sheep and cattle in rural areas. We cannot talk about agriculture without looking at the role of Dalit women as agricultural laborers, right? Among all groups, Dalit women are most overrepresented among the female labor force in rural areas. So I think for me, intersectionality is actually quite central to looking at inclusion in the context of climate change. And there is a tendency among, and I kind of, I guess take blame, some ways take blame for it as of thinking about solutions as being very technocratic, and so we think you fix the technology and the change will happen, but we don't realize that the technology is just one part of it, and we need to fix information, we need to fix finance, at a larger level we need to fix norms. So instead of a technocratic solution, I think we need to start thinking about more institutional solutions that look at all of these things right? And so not just technology, but also looking at all of this host of complementary services that are needed to address the needs of women, particularly women from disadvantaged groups in climate change.
Yes, over to you, Dr. Rachana.
Thank you, Soumya. Thank you, GIZ, for giving us this opportunity to be part of this, the side event panel discussion. Um, um, I think most of my panelists have covered the points that are really relevant to the point about inclusion of women. I would just like to highlight that women making financial decisions and the financial inclusion, I think it's the most important thing because the disasters affect men and women in an uneven manner, in equal manner, and women are the most, impacted because we all know that during disasters, if there is, four portions of food, maybe the women will not have any portion of that food and feed it to her family first. So therefore, I think when governments or any of these, policymakers are making financial decisions, policy decisions, women should be at the decision-making table and not only participating. So that's where I'll end.
Thank you so much. I think I would like to continue with where you left because, about policy and investment decisions, because that is also a question I had in mind for you. Like, what investments and policy decisions do you think, if you can elaborate a little bit more on that, that can support gender mainstreaming at different levels of policy, maybe at the ground level or at a more state or national level? And also, of course, also its implementation, like what factors can contribute to better implementation?
Right. So I'll give a few examples from the IUCN work. So IUCN has this tool on environment and gender index, through which we sort of assess that how women are involved in many of these global policy making instruments like the UNFCCC or the CBD and UNCCD, etc. So we in 2021, I would like to quote from one of our reports that out of the 89 nationally determined contribution documents that government submitted, only 78% mentioned women and gender in some way or the other, you know. And this is a very big jump from the earlier assessment that IUCN had taken in 2017. It is up 40%. So the whole, the conventions are also taking note, which is a good exam. I mean, this thing. But there is one very interesting finding, which really says a lot, that the 20 parties that did not include gender mentions in their updated NDCs, they emit more than 3 times the amount of greenhouse gases as compared to the 69 parties that included gender. So you see the greatest GHG emitters, they did not include gender in their NDCs. So same is the story with NBSAPs, the National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plans. So across this thing, the gender inclusion in some way or the other is really lacking. So one of the suggestions that I have is that along with the, I mean, we have made this session many times that whenever the state level action plans are updated, then there should be an additional climate change gender action plan. Because if you just say integrated, they will mention women, gender here and there. But we really want that there should be an additional climate change gender action plan at the national level as well as at the state level, wherever, whichever level you want to work on. So therefore, that is very important because that will really give voice to the women and specific actions, policy actions, as well as financial decision-making actions. So this is one thing. The other part where we have repeatedly given our suggestions and recommendations is that in research areas also women are really very less in number, especially in the science although DST is doing a lot, but still, women, because they are married off, there's a lot of pressure, societal pressure, they don't move up to the, higher levels of research, and therefore their presence in fora such as this, you see, is dominated by men because they don't move to those positions. So I'll stop here and give other panelists.
Thank you so much. So with that, since you gave us very good insights, some very interesting facts and figures, also on the planning and planning aspects mainly. With that, I would like to move to Ms. Bhavna Luthra, because Bhavna, you've also done a lot of work on training officials on gender mainstreaming as part of SAP-CCs and also otherwise as well, and have had worked with different government officials, also other stakeholders on capacity building, on gender mainstreaming and also planning. So it will be great if you can reflect a little bit upon that, how, like what have your experiences been in developing and implementing gender mainstreamed policies on climate change and or disaster risk management from different states of India.
Thank you, Soumya. Yeah, I would say my experiences have been mixed. There are agencies and people like you and like GIZ, like IUC and like the UN agencies that really push this agenda. And since there is somebody who's talking about the agenda and is pushing the agenda, at least we have, some norms like now. So, for instance, having X percentage of women in a participant list or as a beneficiary, or, so those kind of enrollment processes have happened. Uh, in terms of specific, if I would say specific experiences, insights that I have after reflections in different states seen, things are different in Northeast. Northeastern states uh, has more participation, more visibility, perhaps because also that is how the cultural, the socio-economic fabric has been. That still doesn't mean that the voices are heard very well. But yeah, because the workforce division is such that women are more, relatively more there, so that is something we can see. What Nivedita was saying, I would echo it again. The states that have patriarchal, yeah, historically more have been more patriarchal. It is definitely something where it is more challenging. But if I were to enumerate some specific factors, I would say I don't want to shy away from talking about the brass tacks. I wonder, is it that it doesn't occur? It doesn't occur if we don't see women in a gathering. It just, if a man is planning, or if men folk have been instrumental in designing and planning, then gender is always, or women participation is always overlaid as a factor. And hence it is always, because that is wo beej hi waisa padta hai, the seeds are like that, then everywhere it is like an add-on. So, and yeah, absolutely. And afterthought, and also I've seen that there is this group that really wants it, and hence it is that, oh, because there is a accountability to those agencies, hence we need to find. So it is like, acha pata karo kahan hai. You're right, ma'am. We don't have women at leadership positions, but the way we are going, we will never have women in leadership positions. Again, the fact that Soumya, you had to struggle to find a male colleague to come on this panel says it all. So I think trainings, the way trainings are seen per se also, if it is something very technical and heavy in terms of, like technology solutions, very clearly either the designations come forward, people who are designated officers, again, women are very few, or it is like, okay, if the soft skill training hai, to send a woman. That has been there. Yet, when I have gone down, since I was talking about democratizing leadership, I think women and even men folk are quite ready at the grassroots because they are facing it, they are bearing the brunt of it. They are scouting for information, they want to learn. And they're all there to, collaborate, be with each other because it's their farm. The farm or the cattle or the forest is the unit. It's not man or woman. And yeah, so that's how they see disaster. I I still have a sigh in my heart when we say that for matters like disaster, we are talking about mainstreaming any constituency, leave aside gender. Because when a disaster hits, when an avalanche hits, it doesn't it doesn't spare anybody. So I don't know what still stalls this common sense. And somewhere my own analysis says that perhaps it is people who are designing at one level are somewhere, I don't know, yeah, gender numb, if not blind. Yeah. But thank you for that suggestion on having a separate, plan. Yeah. Now the challenge will be how to make those plans implementing.
Sorry, I just wanted to add that IUCN is doing it. So we have done it in Bangladesh, we have done it in Pakistan, and a couple of other countries in African, this thing also, nation also. So we had proposed one for India also, but let's see, maybe.
Yeah, nahin, bas.
So I think Bhavna, you highlighted a very important point about technological solutions and how more often than not women are sent for, let's say, soft skills training, but sometimes where more hardcore technological solutions or digital solutions are needed, we see more men are trained even in the agriculture sector. And with that, I would like to move to you, Muzna, because you have done a lot of research on ground on agriculture extension services. So if you can reflect on how different information channels or maybe what kind of innovative practices, how does it influence adoption of these technological solutions amongst women? And what are, if you can talk about if there are any success factors that can enhance this adoption, and if there are any barriers that you have come across during your research. Thank you.
Thanks for that question, Soumya. I think one of the things we've noticed, especially when it comes to agricultural innovations now, is this push towards using ICT, the newest technology, smartphones, to push out agricultural information to farmers. And that's great and needed, especially in times of disaster. If there is a way to remotely deliver information to farm households, that is excellent. But especially in countries like India, and India is actually a prime example of such an acute difference in access to smartphone ownership and mobile ownership among men and women. And so when all new innovations and extension are going to be layered upon access to this basic asset that women just don't have, or even if the household owns it, it's generally kept with the son or the husband, not with the women. We noticed in our research, we were doing a lot of phone surveys in early parts of the pandemic, and women who we were able to reach in the first round of the survey, suddenly they kind of disappeared from our sample. And then we kind of, when we sent out enumerators or through our partner organizations, the response we often got was in times of when there was a financial crunch in the household, unnecessary expenditures were the first to be cut from the household budget, and women's phone recharges were the first ones that were considered unnecessary. And so a lot of women who were previously connected suddenly were completely disconnected at a time when the need for information was most heightened. So I think we need to proceed with a little bit of caution when we look at these ICT based solutions. Yes, they have a lot of promise. Yes, I think they are the future, but we have to keep in mind about this differential access to mobile phones, to mobile phone recharge. I mean, something as we might have a mobile, but it's not active. It doesn't stay active reliably. So we've been experimenting in Gujarat with the Self-Employed Women's Association of, layering ICT-based extension with some form of contact. So we do have an extension worker who will go periodically to deliver or reinforce the same message that is being relayed through ICT. In Nepal, during the pandemic, we did some experiments where we were trying to see whether that same information that we were planning to, before in an ideal time would have liked to do it through videos, we couldn't do through COVID. So was there some method by which we could do this remotely? And we felt that farmers were not responding to these pre-recorded IVR messages, which a lot of new sort of ag tech companies are doing, right? The IVR messages that are relayed en masse to farmers. But when you had an actual extension officer call up farmers and give that same information, they listened longer, they retained that information longer, and hopefully, if we go back and see, they actually implemented that information better than if they were just sent an IVR with no human contact. So I don't think we are at a stage yet where, at least for reaching women farmers, where human contact can be eliminated. And that kind of brings me back to this point about, not having enough scientists. I mean, if you look at, we have very little data on what the constitution of agriculture extension workers is, but we find that in most places there is an almost near absence of women extension workers. And we cannot, especially in sort of, conservative rural societies that exist in many places, um, uh, hope to have egalitarian access to agriculture information without having a cadre of trained women extension workers who can reach out to women farmers. So I think that's really something that where we need more thought to train agriculture scientists, but also at the very grassroots level train agricultural workers. So I think two things, retaining some kind of human contact and sort of making sure that we have a generation of young agriculture extension workers who respond to the very unique needs that women farmers sometimes face. Yeah.
I just want to add on the women farmer thing, because in one of the studies that we have done in the Himalayan region, you see a lot of out migration from the Himalayan region, and there are a lot of women who are engaged in farming because men are all out. So one of the demands that they had told us, that the equipment, the farming equipment that is available is designed for men, and so they really want something which is reducing drudgery for them and designed for their use. So that is another area where I think in agriculture a lot of work can be done.
Just taking from where Madam just left, of course, this increasing out migration that is happening, and the number of women-headed households is increasing, so to say. Women-headed not in terms of that they have the ownership of the land or the house, but then just because the male members are out and they bear the responsibility of every kind of responsibility. So exactly since I mean, though the mobile penetration in rural India is also very high, but still, if you look at the data, the mobile penetration in women's hand, as very rightly said by you, is very, very low. And of course, the mobile recharges are first thing which is compromised at a household level when it comes to cost cutting. So now with this increasing out migration that's happening and women are left back, and they are the farmers actually, and if they don't have access to agro weather advisories or any kind of training or any extension mechanisms, then it becomes very challenging for them. So for this reason, the alternate extension mechanisms like that we have put in place through farmer field schools or through agro service centers and master trainers, bringing the women farmers into the mainstream of farming system altogether, that is really helping a lot. And making them sort of responsible that you should ask the person who is getting the agro advisory on the message, on his mobile phone, so that you get access to the information. So that is something very important that we have seen. I also want to highlight the role of ecosystems that we increasingly talk about and the connect with women here, especially the ecosystems and the nature-based solutions that it offers for building climate resilience in agriculture. I was just going through a recent paper. It's a research paper wherein it's a review of global literature, secondary literature, global literature, wherein it has tried to sort of understand the linkages between the SDG 5, which talks about gender equality, and the ecosystems. And very interestingly, or so to say, very unfortunately, there were 5 areas wherein there are negative links to gender equality SDG 5, just because there is no participation of women. And all these 5 sectors are related to coastal ecosystem services, food and fiber and other ecosystems, mountain ecosystems, poverty, livelihoods and sustainable development, and cities, of course, the urban areas as well. So just because women's participation is not being ensured in a very effective and efficient manner, it's negatively impacting the SDG goals, actually, the fifth goal, most importantly. So this is like an eye opener for all of us and for our male counterparts also, to listen to have effective participation of women at all levels, Not only just 33% ensure करना है तो उनको बैठा लो, वो हिसाब नहीं होना चाहिए, but just make it active and listen to their voices. Exactly what Bhavna was saying. So just I just wanted to add that.
Yes,
Soumya, I
yeah,
have
sorry.
one very quick point to make here. Um, this whole thing, now see, this is where the mainstreaming, I don't know, do we need to change narratives? I don't know. But is it mainstreaming or is it the mainstream? You know, is women the mainstream? Now, uh, for instance, when if we build on to this example of women finding it difficult and for the kind of farming equipments, I would imagine on the other hand we have students from engineering colleges like IITs and of the world of our premier institute where students are looking for opportunities for applied learning. You know, just enrolling them to give better designs that can reduce drudgery for women is what is needed. But now, why is something which almost seems to be a common sense not being able to come together is perhaps because we are only seeing gender as women, for the women, by the women, and of the women. I, and that's not a good thing to pick up from the democracy triangle.
True. I think that's a very important point. I would like to continue with Nivedita ji.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. No, but first, just reflecting a little bit on Bhavna, what you said, and also Nivedita ji, this participation of women and how equipment are designed for men. Like even I was reading a paper, not from climate change, from a medical perspective, like how historical data on heart attacks and how the medicines are built around it. It is solely based on men and how they face heart attack. There is no female data that was used for and the bodies are different, there might be sometimes a different prescription or a different solution or treatment that is needed. So this kind of thing, I think it's there in every sector, and I don't know how long it will take to be mainstream instead of just mainstreaming. Nivedita ji, since you work a lot with the communities on the ground directly, and you also highlighted, some of the negative linkages, which is based on some other research. It will be great if you can talk briefly about, like, do you have any data with you, or have you seen that what is the success of a climate change or a DRR action when women are at the mainstream, at the forefront, or they are integrated in a way it should be, not just for a checklist of 33% participation? And if yes, then if you can talk about it briefly. And in your work, have you also seen any indifference in including women in certain processes? And if yes, then how did you manage to overcome it?
Okay. So I'll start from the second question first because that's really pertinent. Uh, my experience goes for almost now 20, 21 years in this development sector, wherein we have worked very closely with the farming communities on sustainable agriculture. Now it's being called as climate resilient agriculture and so on. So almost 15 years back, when we used to interact with the SHG women in the villages, and we used to sort of strive for their participation so that they come forward, they be part of the self-help groups or be part of the any community institutions that we are forming. They used to do that with a lot of reluctance because back at their home they used to face a lot of domestic violence because of it. And because of that, then their social structures in the society also used to change. Cases of that has reduced a lot now that what we see. So there is a lot of awareness because of the media, because of the TV channels, because of the way technology has sort of by the means of media, television, radio, or even mobile phones, things have changed in the last 15 years, 16 years is what I would say. And how we overcome that was that uh, more than with women, we used to have dialogues with the men of the family, to make them understand why it is important, and having dialogues with them when they are not drunk, most importantly, because that was the case. That is actually something which is very usual still. So. Making them, and it used to be a constant process to sensitize them, orient them, understand the needs. Initial 2 through 3 months or 6 months it used to take for that, but once they start seeing the benefit of it, then there is no looking back. So that is how the initial hiccups or challenges we faced. And talking about your second question on some of the successful examples of how we have mainstreamed, uh, we have given women, especially talking about women farmers, in our various projects. Right now also we are implementing a project with the support of Department of Science and Technology, wherein women, we have brought them to the forefront. That is, I think, the only way to do it. If I mean, I'm just being a little biased on that, but the only way to do this is to bring them to the forefront, involve them as champions in, or give them leadership roles in community institutions like farmer field schools or self-help groups, or the village disaster management committees, for instance, or the panchayat committees, and whatever. So we need to bring them, sensitize them, orient them, build capacity, and they are good graspers of knowledge. They grasp much faster than men. They understand because they handle it. If you're talking about water budgeting in a village, and if we don't include women, then imagine the disaster that we are sort of creating, because they are the ones who handle water. So, so that is the strategy that has worked. We have also worked around developing innovative technologies and small tools and equipments which are women friendly. We were talking about the drudgery, reduction of drudgery, etc. So tools like weeding and hoeing, in which they don't have to sit for long hours, but it's like a cycle weeder. They can just ride it, चला सकती हैं उसको field में, and the weeding and hoeing can take place. So same things like that, or a groundnut cracker or something. So tools like this also have helped them to take more interest, also come forward, participate, and also gain. It is ultimately their lives and livelihoods that are going to be resilient and sustainable. So, Swamiji, I mean, just in a nutshell, we need to bring them to the forefront. We need to make them participate, give them leadership roles, and involve them in the decision-making process. Take their views and into cognizance while we are doing it. I think that's the basic where we can start. We are also working in government of UP. Somaji is aware of it, with the Mahila Kisan Sashактikaran Pariyojana program, which is under the state rural livelihood mission, and wherein we have worked on integrating how we can design training modules in a very simple, in a format, in a very cartoon form or a very pictorial format, wherein उनको बहुत पढ़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, but वो देख कर समझ सकती हैं. And we have integrated the climate and disaster concerns. How बस चश्मा बदलने की ज़रूरत है, बाकी तो काम वो जो कर रही है वही करनी है. So they are already doing it. Only thing, little bit they have to think from that perspective, and I think they have also started learning all those things. They already know it because they are the ones who are facing it at the ground. So I would stop here, Somaji. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nivedita ji. Um, sure.
I mean, through an ICN initiative, Mangroves for the Future, we had worked with the women in Andhra Pradesh of the Yenadi tribe, which is like highly marginalized, very poor, and they used to face the brunt of all these cyclones and whatever you call it at the Andhra coast. So we organized them in form of a self-help group, and there was a technology that was developed through the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation in association with IUCN on integrated fish farming and mangrove system. So through this technology, I mean, using this kind of a nature-based solution, you may say, they not only enhance the mangrove, protection to the coastal ecosystem they were living in, but also gained financial kind of independence, which brought them, resilience against climate change impacts. Then they got bank loan also once they had their SHG and all. So it really worked. This kind of.
Thank you. Would you like to add to that?
I mean, I just want to echo what you all have
Okay.
said. I think SHGs have been great champions in sort of bringing women to the forefront, but also in some ways changing gender norms. It's increased acceptability of women to be leaders, and I think we have an excellent platform in terms of the State Rural Livelihood Mission, National Rural Livelihood Mission. We can that can be leveraged to create women champions. That and we already have frontline women workers who are working as ASHA workers, as Anganwadi workers. So a model that can be leveraged even for agriculture. And some states are doing it in terms of they have Pashu Sakhis and Kisan Sakhis. So I think Krishi Sakhis, yeah. So I think the SHG model, beyond sort of creating a mode for financing has been really instrumental in changing norms in rural areas, I think, and that's something we certainly cannot ignore when we are looking at climate solutions for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for highlighting that, Nivedita ji and Archana ji and also Muzna. We are towards the end of our discussion, but I would like to just highlight one more question towards all of you. Like we have talked about challenges, we have also talked about some solutions. So just as a closing remark, if all of you can reflect briefly on what can be the potential either projects or approaches, which can really help in mainstreaming gender based on your own experiences and the work that you have done on the ground. Just brief remarks on that will be great.
So I did mention about the state action plans on climate change to have a specific plan, climate change gender action plan. Then another recommendation could be to set up a gender advisory council on climate change and disasters, possibly, because that way, you can get the expertise at the national level on these issues that can be percolated down into the action plans at the state level, district level. And also now Ministry of Panchayati Raj is sort of integrating the planning at the three-tier system at the district panchayat level, block panchayat and gram panchayat. And one of the focus areas for them is also disaster risk reduction. And wherein this can come in very effectively, where women roles can be highlighted. So yeah, these two.
Yeah, the risk of being repetitive, I think I just want to highlight some of the points I mentioned. I think what we need is institutional solutions, not technocratic solutions. Bundled solutions, not just technology in isolation or finance in isolation, but bundled. And I think what is needed from policymakers is some sort of policy coherence also. I mean, we talk about climate change in agriculture, but subsidies are given to some of the most sort of egregious machineries. I mean, rotavators are some among the most subsidized agricultural equipment. But if you look at the plans, they say we need more climate, based solutions. So I think a bit of subsidy coherence, policy coherence from the government also, where financial incentives are given for adoption of climate smart practices as the mainstream, not as an add-on that, we'll give subsidies where subsidies are needed, but as an add-on, we'll give this little bit subsidy for climate smart solutions. So I think from, top to bottom, I think we need some sort of coherence, and yeah, that climate change recognition that already exists, but also some sort of policy coherence when, the rubber hits the road. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say unapologetically be repetitive on this, that it has to build leadership. Leadership building, recognizing women as leaders at all levels. That is one. Second is most definitely democratizing leadership. Women out there and even men there are ready. Grassroots need it because they are facing it. And how can we really build their leadership? And third last thing is which instantly comes to my mind is perhaps changing narratives. As long as we call them as Anganwadi workers or SHG workers, or the worker has a different frame in our mindset. Maybe they are the managers, they are the leaders, they are leading Anganwadis, they are leading health, they are leading nutrition. And if we start recognizing them, then the narratives will also start percolating down there. And remunerating, yes, yes. Yeah.
Just 2 points, and one is we also need to look at the gender disaggregated data, which is many a times missing in all the discourse that we talk about. And when we get into any sort of research or analysis, then we see कि gender disaggregated data नहीं मिलता है. So that's quite challenging. The second thing is very usually talked about is the capacity building, and as Bhavna said about the leadership roles. But here again, I mean, I should be saying this off the record, but I know this is going live, so I can't say off the record. But also training the right kind of people. Sometimes I feel pity when we talk about these climate capacity building programs, Soumya, and we implement so many capacity building programs, invest so much money into and resources into it. But when the right person is not trained, जिसको वापस जा करके ब्लॉक लेवल पे ट्रेनिंग देनी है, उसकी जगह पे अगर बीडीओ साहब आएंगे, बीडीओ साहब ट्रेनिंग लेकर के जा करके कभी वापस ट्रेनिंग नहीं देंगे. So if BDO is nominated for the training, it has no meaning. The per capita wastage of resources, if one calculates, it will be huge actually. So capacity building, but with the right kind of, I mean, right target group has to be trained. And that is why that's how we can reach the women farmers or at the women at the grassroots, whether it is in rural areas or in urban areas. I think that is the approach. We need to capacitate. They are out there to get capacitated. They are very good pickers of knowledge as well, but the right people have to be trained. So, just 2 cents from my side, yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think we can go on and on with this conversation.
And we should.
We should, yes, we should. We can, after this live session is shut down, we can continue. But yeah, we can now end this discussion. And I would not try to summarize all the discussion points because I think we have had some great points. But just two key takeaways for myself and also, for the work that I am involved in at GIZ. Because incidentally, we were also discussing about building women leadership earlier today at GIZ office as part of our follow-on Kafri project. No, I discussed it briefly with Bhavna earlier, that how we can really identify women potential leaders and also champions, not only at the state level but also at the grassroots level, and then mentor them like for not 1 day or 2 days but over a course of 1 year or 1.5 year, focusing not only on technical solutions but also on soft skills like training on communication, on networking, so that they are able to build themselves but also support other women in the network to build themselves up. So with that, I would like to close this discussion, and I would also once again like to thank all the panelists for joining and also giving their rich experiences and inputs and enriching the discussions here. Thank you so much, everybody.
It doesn't feel like a panel because it's something we live every day.
हाँ तो
कितनी
वो
बार
है
अप्रिशिएट करेंगी, हो गया।
जो फेलिसिटेशन जिनको हो चुका
हाँ,
है
वो तो
वो
बिल्कुल
लोग
मानी बात है।
वो
अच्छा,
लोग
वो लोग देंगे।
जिनको नहीं हुआ है उनको दे देंगे
अच्छा,
ठीक
ठीक
है
है। ठीक है।